Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The day Hogwarts fractured into 1,000 realities began with a simple mishap in advanced transfiguration. Orion Black Potter stood frozen, his wand still pointed at the innocent-looking teacup that had somehow triggered a cascade of magical chaos. The grandson of both Harry Potter and the reformed Black family possessed a unique talent for finding trouble that would have made both his grandfathers proud. Golden cracks spread across the classroom walls like lightning, and through them leaked an iridescent mist that seemed to bend light itself. Professor McGonagall's portrait shouted a warning, but too late. The magical surge had already reached the corridor where the mirror of Arise stood, forgotten and draped in dusty velvet since its relocation from the room of requirement. The mirror shattered not into pieces, but into infinite reflections, each one containing a different version of reality. As the magical backlash swept through the castle, every person it touched found themselves living in a world shaped by their deepest desires. Orion watched in horror as the castle transformed around him. Corridors stretched and twisted, leading to versions of Hogwarts that shouldn't exist. In one hallway, he saw himself as head boy of Slytherin, respected and admired. In another, he was a professional Quidditch player, soaring above cheering crowds. Each reflection offered a different life, a different version of himself. Fascinating catastrophe, isn't it? The voice came from behind him, where Luna Lovegood's daughter, Celeste, stood studying the fracturing reality with her characteristic artistic detachment. Her enchanted paintbrush moved across an ever-expanding canvas, capturing the shifting scenes. The castle's been divided into desired domains, each one a perfect world for someone. But perfection, I find, rarely makes for interesting art. They weren't alone for long. Sir Nicholas D. Mimsy Porpington, nearly headless Nick, floated through a wall, more solid than Orion had ever seen him. The mirror's entity, he said without preamble, the spirit that shows desires. It's been released, and it's old, children. Older than Hogwarts itself, their unlikely team was completed by Pip, a peculiarly well-read house elf who served as the castle's librarian. Pip has read about this, he squeaked, his enormous eyes reflecting the golden fissures in reality. The mirror was never meant to show desires, it was meant to contain them. The first dark wizard, the Desire Weaver, was trapped inside by Merlin himself. Moving through the fractured castle proved challenging. Each corridor could lead to a different desire realm, and the laws of magic worked differently in each one. They found students and teachers trapped in their perfect worlds, some ruling magical kingdoms, others reunited with lost loved ones, and still others wielding impossible powers. Celeste's ability to move through paintings became their greatest asset. She could navigate between realities by stepping through the artworks that hung throughout the castle, scouting ahead and finding safe paths. Her canvas became a map of the shifting castle, painted in colors that existed only in dreams. Nick's centuries of experience with regret and desire made him immune to the mirror's temptations. When you've spent hundreds of years wanting just one more inch of neck severed, he explained wryly, you learn to see past superficial wishes. Pip's ancient elven magic, different from wizard kinds, allowed him to see the true nature of things. He could identify which desires were genuine and which were corrupted by the mirror entity's influence. Dark wizard's magic twists desires, he explained, makes sweet things poison, makes love turn to obsession, As they ventured deeper into the chaos, they discovered the true danger: each perfect world was slowly consuming its inhabitants. Students who had lived too long in their desire realms began to fade, becoming part of their perfect illusions. The mirror entity fed on these dissolved souls, growing stronger with each dream it granted. The solution came from an unexpected source: the Hogwarts paintings. Celeste noticed that the portraits, having already accepted their nature as echoes and reflections, were resistant to the mirror's power. Through them, she learned the counterspell: not a rejection of desire, but an acceptance of reality's imperfection. The final confrontation took place in the Great Hall, where hundreds of perfect worlds collided in a kaleidoscope of dreams. The mirror entity had manifested fully a being of living light and shadow that showed everyone their heart's desire, even as it consumed their essence. Orion faced his own perfect reflections: the respected Slytherin, the Quidditch star, the hero's son, living up to his legacy. But he saw them now for what they were: not goals to achieve, but chains to bind him. "Our desires don't define us," he declared, raising his wand. "It's how we handle their denial that makes us who we are." Celeste painted reality itself, her enchanted brush capturing the true Hogwarts beneath the illusions. Nick gathered an army of ghosts, each one a testament to unfinished business and imperfect endings. Pip wielded the ancient magic of house elves, magic born of service rather than desire. Together, they cast not a spell of banishment or destruction, but one of integration. The mirror entity, faced with acceptance rather than resistance, found itself transformed. Instead of showing perfect reflections, the restored mirror of Arise began to show possibilities: not what people desperately desired, but what they could achieve through growth and effort. Reality reasserted itself gradually. Students and teachers returned from their perfect worlds, changed but wiser. The golden cracks in the castle walls remained, but now they glowed with a gentler light, reminding everyone that between reality and dreams lay the path of true magic. Hogwarts emerged from the experience transformed. The mirror of Arise, restored but forever changed, was installed in a new chamber where students could safely contemplate their desires without being consumed by them. The portraits gained a deeper dimension, able to show not just the past, but potential futures. The ghosts found a new purpose as counselors, helping students navigate the difference between healthy ambition and destructive obsession. And in the years that followed, those who had witnessed the fracturing of reality remembered not the perfect worlds they had glimpsed, but the imperfect one they had chosen to save. Orion Black Potter went on to become neither head boy nor Quidditch star, but something uniquely himself. Celeste's paintings hung in the castle's halls, moving not just through space, but through possibility. Pip continued to serve in the library, helping students find not just the books they wanted, but the ones they needed. The castle's corridors still sometimes shimmer with golden light, and students where they can catch glimpses of other possibilities in the stone's reflections. But now, these glimpses serve not as temptations, but as reminders that the truest magic lies not in achieving perfect desires, but in growing through their pursuit. Story 2. The world's magic was dying. Cassandra Trelawney too felt it first in her dreams: visions of wands turning to wood, potions becoming mere colored water, and the mighty towers of Hogwarts crumbling into ordinary stone. The young Gryffindor seer had inherited more than just her ancestor's name. She possessed the true sight, and what she saw filled her with dread. It began subtly. First, years struggled more than usual with basic spells. Magical creatures grew restless, then began disappearing from the forbidden forest. The ghosts of Hogwarts became faint, their voices barely whispers. Even the portraits moved sluggishly, as if swimming through honey instead of air. On the night of the winter solstice, as clouds gathered ominously over the castle's highest towers, Cassandra received the vision that would change everything. In the crystal-clear imagery of true prophecy, she saw 4 figures standing at the cardinal points of a great circle, a dragon tamer wreathed in flames, a druid crowned with leaves, a witch commanding the winds, and a spirit ethereal as moonlight. The elements fade, the magic wanes. Her own voice echoed in the vision, but ancient and powerful. When 1,000 years have passed their mark, the circle must be whole again. 4 must stand as one, or all shall return to darkness. The next morning, Cassandra found herself drawn to the restricted section of the library where an ancient tome literally fell into her hands. The Millennial Renewal, a history of magical restoration. Its pages revealed a truth long forgotten: magic itself required renewal every 1,000 years, a ritual last performed during the time of the founders. Her search for the 4 elementals began immediately. The dragon tamer was easiest to find: Marcus Draconeer, a Slytherin 7th year, who had an uncanny ability to calm even the most ferocious dragons. She found him in the care of magical creatures' paddock, tending to an injured Swedish short snout with gentle hands that seemed immune to its flames. The druid revealed herself in Aurora Sprout, a quiet Hufflepuff who could coax life from the most reluctant soil. Plants seemed to reach for her as she passed, and even the whomping willow gentled its branches in her presence. When Cassandra explained the ritual, Aurora's eyes filled with understanding. She'd been feeling the earth's magic ebbing away beneath her feet. Aria Windweaver, a brilliant but reclusive Ravenclaw, commanded the air itself. Her spells didn't just levitate objects. They danced with the winds. She'd been growing increasingly concerned as her connection to the air currents weakened, the whispers of the wind becoming fainter each day. The final member of their circle proved the most challenging to find. The spirit had to be one who had chosen to remain in the world not out of fear or regret, but out of love for magic itself. They found her in the astronomy tower Lady Helena, the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw, who had watched over the school's magic for centuries. As they researched the ritual, they discovered its true nature and its price. The renewal required not just the presence of the 4 elementals, but their willing sacrifice of their individual magical connections to restore the whole. The dragon tamer would lose his immunity to fire, the druid her bond with plants, the wind which her command of the air, and the spirit would pass beyond the veil forever. The ritual had to be performed at the heart of magical Britain, the Chamber of Secrets, where the founders had conducted the previous renewal. But when they descended into its depths, they found the chamber transformed. The great stone face of Salazar Slytherin had crumbled, revealing an ancient ritual circle carved with symbols of all 4 elements. As the magical decay accelerated, they ran out of time to search for alternatives. Dragons fled from their reservations, magical plants withered worldwide, and spells began failing catastrophically. The Ministry of Magic itself went dark as its enchantments faded. On the eve of the spring equinox, the 4 took their positions around the ritual circle. Cassandra, as the seer who had brought them together, would serve as the anchor at the center. As they began the ritual, each elemental's power manifested spectacularly: Marcus wreathed in dragon fire, Aurora crowned with glowing vines, Aria surrounded by visible winds, and Helena shining with otherworldly light. But as the ritual reached its climax, Cassandra had one final vision. She saw not just Hogwarts, but the whole world as it truly was: a vast network of interconnected magical ley lines, all flowing through the ritual circle beneath them. The founders hadn't sacrificed their powers. They had transformed them, becoming one with the magical web that sustained their world. Understanding bloomed like dawn. Don't sever your connections, she called out to the others. Transform them. We're not meant to sacrifice magic, we're meant to become its conduits. In that moment of revelation, everything changed. Instead of giving up their powers, each elemental opened themselves fully to their element. Marcus became one with fire itself, understanding it not as a force to be tamed, but as a source of transformation. Aurora merged with the ancient powers of earth and growth, feeling the pulse of every plant in the world. Aria dissolved into the very winds, becoming one with the currents of air that circled the globe. And Helena. Helena discovered that she had never truly been bound to the physical world, but had always been part of the spirit of magic itself. The renewal swept outward from Hogwarts like a tidal wave of pure magic. Wands reawakened, magical creatures returned, and the very air hummed with renewed power. But it was different now, more alive, more conscious. Magic no longer simply existed to be used. It flowed through every witch and wizard as part of a greater whole. The four elementals returned to themselves changed but whole. Their powers remained, but they now understood them as part of something vastly larger. They had become living anchors for the magic of Britain, their very existence, ensuring that it would never again fade to dangerous levels. Hogwarts itself was transformed. The castle's magic became more vibrant, more responsive to its inhabitants' needs. Students found their spells came not just from their wands, but from a deeper connection to magic itself. The division between magical and mundane blurred slightly, as if the world itself had awakened to new possibilities. And in the highest tower of Hogwarts, Cassandra Trelawney too kept watch over a crystal globe that showed not the future, but the present, a world alight with renewed magic, flowing like rivers of light between four eternal guardians who had chosen not to sacrifice their power, but to share it with the world. Story 3. The ancient grimoire practically hummed with magical energy as Professor Marcus Flamel lifted it from its dusty resting place in the deepest vault of the Hogwarts library. Golden letters shimmered across its weathered cover. Quintessence, the forgotten foundation of Hogwarts, as the descendant of the legendary Nicholas Flamel and the youngest potions master in centuries. Marcus had encountered many magical texts, but none quite like this. The book had appeared mysteriously on his shelf that morning, after a peculiar dream about the castle's foundations shifting beneath his feet. As he opened its age-worn pages, the text seemed to rearrange itself before his eyes, revealing fragments of an impossible truth. Hogwarts had originally been built with 5 houses, not 4. Professor Flamel. A voice interrupted his reading. Helena Longbottom, a 6th-year Gryffindor prefect with her grandmother's herbology talent and her father's unwavering courage, stood in the doorway. The statues in the entrance hall. They're moving, indeed. The ancient stone guardians of Hogwarts had awakened. Knights stepped down from their pedestals, armor creaking with centuries of disuse. Stone dragons unfurled their wings, and gargoyles turned their heads to watch students pass. But instead of attacking, they seemed to be searching for something or someone. That same evening, Artemis Chang disappeared from the Ravenclaw common room, only to reappear 3 days later in the astronomy tower, claiming she'd been studying in the library the whole time. Her memories of those days were replaced with vivid recollections of reading books that didn't exist in the current library catalog. "It's the quintessence," said the portrait of Albus Dumbledore, who had taken to wandering between frames more frequently than usual, often appearing in unexpected places throughout the castle. The 5th house is awakening, seeking to restore what was lost. As Marcus and Helena delved deeper into the mystery, they discovered more students returning with altered memories. Each remembered studying in a common room that couldn't exist, a place of shifting shadows and crystalline light, where the boundaries between the 4 houses seemed to blur and merge. The grimoire revealed that the founders had originally created 5 houses, not 4. The 5th, the House of Quintessence, was designed to transcend the divisions of the others, taking students who embodied aspects of all houses. Its symbol was a phoenix rising from a spiral of elemental forces, representing the unity of magical nature itself. But something had gone wrong. A catastrophic magical event had forced the founders to seal away the 5th house, binding its power into the very foundations of Hogwarts. The 4 houses weren't just school divisions, they were magical containment points, their tensions and balance keeping an ancient power in check. The seals are weakening, Marcus realized, as more strange events unfolded. Staircases began leading to corridors that shouldn't exist. Doors appeared and disappeared at will. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall started showing not just the sky above, but visions of other times and places. Helena discovered the first key to unraveling the mystery in the herbology greenhouses. Plants had begun growing in impossible patterns, their roots spelling out messages in an ancient script that only became visible under moonlight. Working together, she and Marcus decoded the messages, instructions for finding the lost common room of quintessence. But they weren't the only ones searching. A being of pure magical energy, taking the form of a shifting amalgamation of house mascots, began appearing throughout the castle. This was the guardian of quintessence, the original protector of the fifth house, now awakened and seeking to restore the ancient balance. The search led them through secret passages and hidden chambers, each revealing more about Hogwarts' true nature. They found a room where the house colors merged and separated like oil on water, and another where mirrors showed not reflections but the true nature of those who gazed into them. The final revelation came in the Chamber of Secrets itself, where they discovered that Salazar Slytherin's famous chamber was merely one of 5, each created by a founder to guard a piece of the greater truth. The snake motifs weren't just decorative, they were part of a larger pattern, a magical circuit that ran throughout the castle. As they pieced together the truth, the castle itself seemed to respond. The very stones hummed with awakening power, and the divisions between houses began to blur. Students found themselves able to enter other house common rooms, drawn together by a force older than the houses themselves. The guardian of quintessence finally confronted them in the heart of the castle, in a chamber that existed between spaces. It revealed the ultimate truth. The fifth house wasn't meant to be a separate entity, but a unifying force. The founders had sealed it away not to contain its power, but to protect it until the wizarding world was ready for true unity. Marcus and Helena realized that the recent events weren't a warning or a threat, but an invitation. The castle was offering them a choice: restore the old boundaries and maintain the familiar separation of houses, or embrace a new way forward, one that acknowledged the artificial nature of these divisions. In a ceremony that drew together students from all houses, they chose to embrace change. The guardian of quintessence merged with the castle itself, transforming Hogwarts not by adding a fifth house, but by revealing the connections that had always existed between the 4. The house system remained, but transformed students could now freely collaborate across house lines, and common rooms became shared spaces where different perspectives and talents could merge. The grimoire's final pages rewrote themselves, recording not the restoration of a lost house, but the birth of a new understanding. Hogwarts remained divided into 4 houses, but now they were connected by shimmering bridges of magical energy, visible in the right light to those who knew where to look. Years later, students would still be sorted into the 4 houses, but they would also learn about the quintessence not as a separate house, but as the force that bound them all together. The statues returned to their posts, but now they seemed to smile knowingly at passing students, guardians of a secret that was no longer hidden, but celebrated. And in the depths of the castle, in a room that existed everywhere and nowhere, the grimoire rested on a pedestal, its pages continuing to record the ongoing story of a school where the truest magic lay not in the power of division, but in the strength of unity. Story 4. The Forbidden Forest held many secrets, but none quite like the one Luna Silvermist discovered on that fateful autumn evening. The Hufflepuff's 7th year had ventured deeper than usual, while tracking unusual magical signatures for her Advanced Care of Magical Creatures project. The forest floor crackled with fallen leaves, and ancient trees towered above, their branches interwoven so tightly that only occasional shafts of golden sunset light penetrated the canopy. Her enchanted compass, a family heirloom passed down through generations of magazoologists, spun wildly as she approached a clearing she'd never seen before. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wider than any she'd encountered in her years of forest exploration. But it wasn't the tree's size that made her breath catch. It was the shimmer of temporal magic that rippled through the air around it, like heat waves on a summer day. Fascinating specimen, isn't it? A familiar voice drawled from behind her. Luna whirled around to find herself face to face with the portrait of Severus Snape, somehow transported from its usual place in the headmaster's office to a weathered frame hanging impossibly on a nearby tree. Professor Snape, how are you here? The better question, Miss Silvermist, is when are we? His painted eyes narrowed. This tree is no ordinary oak. It's a temporal anchor, one of several Salazar Slytherin placed around Hogwarts. And its awakening, before Luna could respond, the air crackled with energy. A gap appeared in the ancient trunk, revealing swirling silver mist that pulsed with an otherworldly light. Through it, she glimpsed fragments of different times medieval knights riding through the forest, students in antiquated robes hurrying across the grounds, and something else. Dark shapes moving between the moments, slipping through cracks in time. The temporal seals are failing, Snape's portrait explained grimly. What you're seeing is what Slytherin feared most: the Cronuvers, creatures that feed on time itself. He wasn't a dark wizard, as history painted him. He was a temporal guardian, trying to prevent this very moment. A thunderous crash echoed through the forest as a massive creature, shadow black and constantly shifting in form, burst through one of the temporal rifts. Luna barely had time to cast a shield charm before it dissipated into smoke, only to reform closer to her position. The centaurs. Luna gasped, remembering ancient legends. They've always known about the stars and time. They might help us. As if summoned by her words, arrows whistled through the air, forcing the Cronuvor to retreat. A group of centaurs emerged from the shadows, led by an elderly female with silver-streaked hair and knowing eyes. We have awaited this day, the centaur elder, who introduced herself as Celesta, told them. The stars spoke of a time when the Guardian's heir would return to complete Salazar's work. The founders each created an amulet, infused with their temporal magic. United, they can seal the rifts, but they are scattered through time itself. Then we must retrieve them, Luna said, her usual dreamy expression replaced with determination. But how can we navigate through time safely? That's where I come in, Snape's portrait interjected. Portraits exist outside normal time. I can guide you through the temporal streams, but we'll need help from both past and present, and so began an extraordinary quest through time. Luna, guided by Snape's portrait and accompanied by a small band of rebel centaurs who had long guarded these secrets, began hunting the Founder's amulets. Each journey through time revealed new truths about Hogwarts history and the real reason for the Founder's eventual split. They found Hufflepuff's amulet in a medieval herb garden, where Luna had to prove her loyalty by helping the Founder herself save victims of a magical plague, knowing she couldn't change the course of history. Ravenclaw's amulet was hidden in a temporal puzzle box that required solving riddles in multiple time periods simultaneously. Gryffindor's lay in the heart of an ancient battlefield, where Luna witnessed a young Salazar and Godric fighting side by side against the first Cronuvor invasion. But with each amulet recovered, the temporal rifts grew larger. Dark creatures from outside time slipped through in greater numbers. The present-day Hogwarts began experiencing temporal quakes, students finding themselves momentarily transported to different eras, ghosts from various time periods appearing and disappearing, and the castle itself shifting between different architectural periods. The final amulet, Slytherin's, proved the most challenging. It lay in the moment of his departure from Hogwarts, not in anger, as history recorded, but in sacrifice. Luna witnessed through a temporal window as Salazar left to fight the Cronuvers alone, knowing his absence would be misinterpreted, but choosing to protect time itself over his own reputation. He knew, Snape's portrait said softly, watching the scene. He knew history would vilify him, but he chose to become the Guardian anyway. Some sacrifices transcend houses, transcend time itself. The truth of Slytherin's sacrifice became their strength. Luna realized that the amulets weren't meant to seal the rifts by force, they were keys to understanding the deeper magic of time itself. With the Centaur's astronomical knowledge, Snape's understanding of the darker aspects of temporal magic, and her own innate connection to magical creatures, they discovered a new solution. In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, as carnivores converged from all directions and temporal rifts threatened to tear reality apart, Luna combined the 4 amulets. But instead of creating a barrier, she established a harmony, a new kind of temporal magic that didn't fight against time's flow, but worked with it. The carnivores, drawn to this harmony, transformed from destroyers to guardians themselves. The temporal quakes subsided. The rifts sealed themselves naturally, leaving only the original anchor trees as controlled gateways. History began to slowly correct itself, though small changes rippled outward in the present. Slytherin's true story emerged in newly discovered historical documents, and the relationship between the houses subtly shifted as students learned of their shared heritage as temporal guardians. Luna returned to her own time, changed, but wiser. The Forbidden Forest kept its secrets, but now she was one of them. Snape's portrait returned to the headmaster's office, though it occasionally appeared in the forest when temporal guidance was needed. The Centaurs maintained their vigilance, watching the stars for signs of future temporal disturbances. And sometimes on quiet evenings when the light hits the ancient oak just right, students swear they can see different times reflected in its bark, and among them, the figure of Salazar Slytherin, no longer a villain but a guardian, watching over the flow of time with a slight smile on his face. Story 5. The first sign of the magical plague came not with sickness, but with silence. The normally bustling halls of Hogwarts fell quiet as portraits, one by one, began to fade into muted shadows of themselves. Aurora Blackwood noticed it first during her late-night rounds as head girl of Ravenclaw, the usual chatter of painted inhabitants replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed to seep into the very stones of the castle. Aurora had always been different, even by Hogwarts standards. Her ability to see and communicate with ghosts went beyond the usual interaction with the house spirits. She could sense their emotions, their untold stories, their lingering regrets. But now even the ghosts were growing dim, their silvery forms becoming translucent whispers of their former selves. "Something's wrong with the castle's magic," she whispered to nearly headless Nick one evening, watching as his usually pearlescent form flickered like a candle in the wind. "It's as if the very soul of Hogwarts is being drained," Nick finished, his voice barely a whisper. "You must find him, Aurora. Find the one who walks in darkness." Before she could question him further, Nick faded completely, leaving her alone in the torch-lit corridor. The flames themselves seemed to struggle against an invisible force, casting dancing shadows that moved contrary to natural law. The plague spread quickly after that. Students began reporting failed spells, ones responding sluggishly to even the simplest charms. The greenhouse plants withered despite Professor Longbottom's best efforts, and the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall showed only a perpetual twilight, regardless of the time of day. It was during one of her investigations in the library that Aurora literally collided with Scorpius Malfoy IV. Books went flying, and as she helped gather them, she caught glimpses of their titles: Dark Arts and Ancient Curses, Founders' Forgotten Rituals, The Binding of Magical Plagues, Spying on My Research, Blackwood. Scorpius sneered, but there was something different in his gray eyes, fear, perhaps, or desperation. "You know something about what's happening," she said. It wasn't a question. Scorpius hesitated, his usual aristocratic arrogance faltering. "My grandfather's portrait told me something before it faded, about a curse laid into the foundations of Hogwarts by the founders themselves. A failsafe, in case of what? In case something worse than any dark wizard tried to emerge. Their unlikely partnership formed that night in the library, as ancient books revealed fragments of a truth too terrible to face alone. The founders had sealed something beneath the castle, something that had been sleeping for centuries. The plague wasn't an attack, it was a warning. Together, they began exploring the deepest levels of the castle, following ghostly whispers and ancient runes that only revealed themselves in the light of combined wands, auroras radiating pure white light, Scorpius's gleaming with a green tinge that spoke of his family's affinity for darker magics. The breakthrough came when they discovered a hidden chamber beneath the Chamber of Secrets itself, where the walls were inscribed with a prophecy in 4 different hands: when shadows feast on magic's light, when portraits fade into the night, 4 must become 1 once more, to guard what lies beneath the floor. For in the deep where dragons sleep, a power stirs from slumber deep. The founders weren't just great wizards, Aurora realized, tracing the ancient words. They were guardians, keeping something contained, and now their containment is failing, Scorpius added, his voice hollow. The plague is the castle's defense mechanism, drawing in magic to reinforce the ancient seals. Their research led them deeper, both literally and metaphorically. They discovered that the founders had bound their own magical essences into 4 artifacts hidden throughout the castle. These artifacts, when united, could either strengthen the seals or break them completely. As they searched, their initial mistrust gradually transformed into reluctant respect, then genuine partnership. Aurora's ability to communicate with ghosts complemented Scorpius's knowledge of dark artifacts and ancient curses. They needed each other, just as the founders had needed each other centuries ago. The artifacts were hidden in places that tested the virtues of each house, Gryffindors in the heart of a magical fire that required true courage to enter, Ravenclaws behind a series of riddles that demanded wisdom beyond mere cleverness, Hufflepuffs in a chamber that only opened to one who would sacrifice for others, and Slytherins in a maze that required cunning and ambition to navigate. But with each artifact they recovered, the plague grew worse. Students were sent home as magical transportation became unreliable. The remaining ghosts spoke of movement in the depths, of ancient scales beginning to shift. The final confrontation came in the deepest chamber, where they found what the founders had imprisoned: a primordial dragon, not of flesh and blood, but of pure magical energy. It was the source of all magical power in Britain, and in their hubris, dark wizards of the founders' time had tried to harness it. The founders had contained it, but at a terrible price, binding their own magical essences to keep it slumbering. Now, centuries later, Aurora and Scorpius faced a choice: use the artifacts to strengthen the binding, continuing the founders' sacrifice, but preserving the carefully controlled flow of magic to the wizarding world, or release the dragon and face the consequences of wild, uncontrolled magic returning to the world. In the end, it was their unity that provided a third option. Where the founders had worked together, but maintained their divisions, Aurora and Scorpius truly united their magic Ravenclaw wisdom with Slytherin ambition, light magic with dark, creation with destruction. They used the artifacts not to bind the dragon, but to communicate with it, to forge a new pact. The plague lifted as suddenly as it had begun. Magic returned to Hogwarts, changed but stronger. Portraits regained their vibrance, ghosts their solidity. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall showed not just the sky above, but glimpses of auroras that had not been seen since the age of the founders. Aurora and Scorpius returned to a changed Hogwarts. The house divisions remained, but something fundamental had shifted. The castle itself seemed more alive, more aware, and in the deepest chambers, a dragon of pure magic slumbered peacefully, no longer bound, but choosing to remain as a guardian rather than a prisoner. Years later, students would tell stories of strange lights in the depths of the castle, and how sometimes, if you listened carefully, you could hear the harmonious humming of ancient magic, light and dark intertwined, creating a song as old as Hogwarts itself. Story 6. The candlelight flickered against the towering shelves of Hogwarts' restricted section, casting dancing shadows across centuries-old tomes as Professor Helena Blackwood traced her fingers along their worn spines. The young potions master had spent countless nights here since joining the faculty, drawn by the whispers of ancient magic that seemed to pulse through the very air. Tonight, however, was different. The library held its breath, as if awaiting a revelation centuries in the making. Helena's hand stopped at a book, unlike any other, a grimoire bound in shimmering dragon scales that seemed to shift between midnight blue and aurora gold. As she reached for it, the air crackled with static electricity, and the tome somehow felt both ice-cold and burning hot against her skin. The cover bore no title, only an intricate symbol, a phoenix emerging from a crown of stars. Curious choice of evening reading, Professor Blackwood, came a familiar voice. Helena turned to find the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, hovering nearby with an uncharacteristically troubled expression. That book has not been touched since my mother's time. Before Helena could respond, the grimoire began to hum with an otherworldly resonance. As she opened it, golden letters materialized on the previously blank pages, forming words in an ancient script she had never encountered in all her years of magical study. Yet somehow she could read them. To those who seek the hidden truth, when darkness stirs from ancient sleep, the guardians of the dawn return. Their oath of protection to keep, the discovery of the grimoire set in motion a chain of events that would challenge everything Helena thought she knew about Hogwarts history. Within days, strange phenomena began manifesting throughout the castle. First years reported seeing ghostly figures in aurora-colored robes patrolling the corridors at night. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall started displaying mysterious constellations never recorded in any astronomical chart. Most disturbing of all, ancient runes began appearing on the castle walls, glowing with an inner fire that pulsed in rhythm with the beating of human hearts. Helena found an unlikely ally in Sir Edmund Blackthorne, a long-forgotten portrait of a wizard wearing robes similar to those described by the students. Unlike most magical portraits, Sir Edmund spoke in riddles and seemed to possess knowledge far beyond his painted confines. The Aurora Guardians were more than mere protectors, he revealed one evening, his painted eyes gleaming with centuries of secrets. We were the last line of defense against a force that would consume not just magic, but reality itself. The founders knew it slumbered beneath the foundations of their school, working with a group of students who had witnessed the strange occurrences. James Chen, a brilliant but skeptical Ravenclaw. Sophia Martinez, a fiercely loyal Hufflepuff. Marcus Blackwood, her own nephew and a cunning Slytherin. And Lucy Weasley, a brave Gryffindor with an uncanny ability to sense magical disturbances. Helena began to uncover the truth. The Aurora Guardians had been a secret order of wizards and witches, chosen from all four houses, who maintained powerful magical wards containing an ancient entity known as the Void Serpent. This creature, born from the chaos before time itself, had been trapped beneath Hogwarts by the founders. The Guardians had maintained their vigil for centuries until they mysteriously vanished during the Goblin rebellions, their knowledge and purpose lost to time. The signs were unmistakable, the wards were weakening. The Void Serpent was stirring. As Helena and her students delved deeper into the grimoire's secrets, they discovered that the Aurora Guardians had not simply disappeared. They had sacrificed themselves to strengthen the failing wards, transforming their very essence into magical energy. The ghostly figures students had reported were mere echoes, remnants of their eternal vigilance. The crisis came to a head during the winter solstice, when the castle's magical defenses were traditionally at their weakest. The ground beneath Hogwarts began to tremble, and a massive serpentine form of pure darkness, with eyes like dying stars, began to manifest in the courtyard. Students huddled in their common rooms as teachers tried desperately to reinforce the castle's magical barriers. Helena realized that the grimoire had chosen her for a reason. Within its pages, She found an ancient ritual that could re-establish the Guardian Order, but it required representatives from all four houses to willingly bind their magic to the castle's protection. The catch? If performed incorrectly, the ritual would drain their magical abilities completely. James, Sophia, Marcus, and Lucy stepped forward without hesitation. Under the auroral lights that now danced permanently above the castle, they joined Helena in the ritual chamber deep beneath the school. Sir Edmund's portrait had been temporarily relocated there, and he guided them through the complex spellwork required. As the Void Serpent's power threatened to overwhelm the castle's defenses, the five joined hands around the grimoire. Their incantations echoed through the chamber as ancient magic surged through them. The grimoire rose into the air, its pages turning furiously as it bathed them in golden light. Each felt their magic intertwining with Hogwarts itself, becoming one with the ancient protections that had guarded the school for centuries. The Void Serpent's assault reached its peak, just as the ritual culminated. A beam of pure aurora light shot from the highest tower of Hogwarts, forming a dome of protective energy that forced the darkness back. The entity fought against its bonds, but the combined power of the new Guardians proved too strong. With a sound like 1,000 thunderclaps, the Void Serpent was forced back into its prison, the wards now stronger than ever. In the aftermath, Helena and her students found themselves changed. Their magic had taken on a subtle aurora sheen, and they could sense the castle's defenses as if they were extensions of their own bodies. The grimoire's final pages revealed themselves, showing instructions for training future guardians and ensuring their order would never again be lost to time. Sir Edmund's portrait smiled proudly. "The Aurora Guardians rise again," he declared. "May they stand vigilant until the stars themselves grow dim." As Helena looked at her students, her fellow guardians, she knew that while they had prevented one crisis, their journey was just beginning. Hogwarts had many secrets yet to reveal, and the Void Serpent was only one of the ancient threats the Aurora Guardians had been created to contain. The castle hummed with renewed energy, its magic strengthened by the presence of its new protectors. In the library, the grimoire now sat on a special pedestal, its cover gleaming with an inner light, waiting for the next generation of guardians to heed its call. And in the depths beneath Hogwarts, in chambers few knew existed, ancient wards pulsed with aurora fire, keeping at bay the darkness that would never cease its attempt to return. Story 7. Marcus Selwyn stood at the window of the Slytherin common room, watching the ethereal dance of light filtering through the black lake above. As head boy and pride of Slytherin House, he had always found solace in these quiet moments beneath the water. But tonight, the gentle ripples cast shadows that seemed to whisper of betrayal and dark secrets yet to be unveiled. His father's letter lay crumpled in his fist, the parchment still warm from the magic that had revealed its hidden message. Augustus Selwyn, respected Department of Mysteries official, pillar of the wizarding community, and as Marcus had just discovered, leader of a clandestine movement to resurrect the Order of the Midnight Sun, an ancient society of dark wizards that predated even the Death Eaters. The words burned in Marcus's mind. "The time has come, my son, for you to take your rightful place. The power our ancestors wielded will be ours again." The old magics are stirring. A sudden movement in the lake caught his eye, a mere Grindylow, but its shadowy form reminded him of the strange symbols he'd seen in his father's study during the holiday break. Symbols that now, thanks to his advanced ancient rune studies, he recognized as sacrificial markers. "Prefect Selwyn?" A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Luna Winterhaven, a Ravenclaw, 7th year, stood in the dungeon doorway, her prefect badge gleaming in the aqueous light. "Professor Flitwick asked me to fetch you. There's been an incident in the library." The library's restricted section was in chaos. Books lay scattered across the floor, their pages fluttering like wounded birds. In the center of the destruction, a perfect circle had been burned into the ancient stone floor, its edges still smoking with residual magic. Miss Winterhaven discovered it during her rounds, Professor Flitwick explained, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by grave concern. Most troubling is what's missing: the Codex Noctis, a compilation of dark magic from the era before Hogwarts' founding. Marcus felt his blood run cold. He'd seen that book before, on his father's desk. Luna's eyes met his, sharp and knowing. Later, he would learn that as a Muggle-born witch with an extraordinary talent for detecting magical residue, she had already begun piecing together the puzzle. The same symbols Marcus had seen in his father's study were etched into her notebook, alongside detailed theories about their connection to recent magical disturbances around the castle. Their unlikely partnership formed that night, born of necessity and sealed by a shared determination to prevent whatever dark resurrection Augustus Selwyn planned. Luna's brilliant analytical mind complemented Marcus's insider knowledge of pureblood traditions and dark magic foundations. Together, they discovered a hidden chamber beneath the Black Lake, accessible only during the new moon when the water's magic was at its lowest ebb. The entrance revealed itself through a series of underwater ruins that Luna realized formed a star chart when viewed from above. But they weren't the only ones who had made this discovery. On the night they finally gained entry, they found Augustus Selwyn already there, surrounded by robed figures and standing before an ancient archway that pulsed with sickly green light. "Welcome, Marcus," Augustus said, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "And Miss Winterhaven, how fitting that you should bear witness to the restoration of proper magical order." The chamber was vast, its walls covered in the same symbols Marcus had seen before. But here, they writhed and shifted like living things. At its center, a pool of what appeared to be liquid darkness rippled without any wind. The old ones, Augustus continued, the true source of magic, were bound and diminished by those who feared their power. The founders of Hogwarts were among those who imprisoned them, using this very chamber as their jail. Tonight, we break those chains. Marcus stepped forward, wand raised. "Father, this isn't about magical heritage or power. I've seen what's really in that pool. It's consuming magic itself, corrupting it." Luna moved to stand beside him, her own wand steady. "The symbols aren't a ritual of resurrection," she added. "They're warnings. Whatever's down there was imprisoned because it feeds on magical cores. It would destroy everything. Pureblood and Muggle-born alike." The liquid darkness began to stir, tendrils of void reaching upward as Augustus and his followers began their ritual. The magic in the chamber grew thick and heavy, distorting the air itself. In that moment, Marcus made his choice. Years of pureblood ideology and family loyalty warred with what he knew in his heart to be right. With a fluid motion, he cast his Patronus, a sleek silver fox, sending it racing through the corridors of Hogwarts with a warning message. What followed was chaos. Luna proved herself a duelist of extraordinary skill, her spells precise and innovative. Marcus found himself fighting alongside her against his own father, their combined magic holding back the darkness that threatened to spill forth from the pool. The chamber's very foundations seemed to tremble as the battle raged. The old one in the pool grew stronger with each spell cast, feeding on the ambient magic until Luna made a crucial observation. "The ruins," she shouted over the magical mayhem. "They're not just warnings, they're a containment system. If we can redirect the magical energy," understanding dawned on Marcus's face. Together, they began a complex series of spells, using the chamber's ancient architecture to turn the old one's hunger against itself. The void entity, drawn by the promise of power, found itself pulled back into its prison. Augustus, seeing his plans crumbling, made one last desperate attempt to complete the ritual. But as he raised his wand, the backlash of magical energy struck him, and Marcus watched in horror as his father was pulled toward the pool of darkness. Without hesitation, Marcus leaped forward, grabbing his father's hand. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, their eyes met. Then Augustus let go, sacrificing himself to seal the breach his own ambition had created. The chamber fell silent, except for the quiet drip of lake water. The other cultists had fled or been trapped in magical bindings. Luna stood beside Marcus, her hand gently touching his shoulder as he knelt on the ancient stone floor. In the aftermath, much would need to be explained to the school authorities. But in that moment, as the first rays of dawn penetrated the lake water above, Marcus Selwyn understood that some loyalties transcend blood, and that true power lies not in ancient dark magic, but in the courage to stand against it. The chamber was sealed once more, its entrance hidden beneath the Black Lake's mysterious waters. But the partnership forged between Marcus and Luna endured, proof that the divisions of the past need not determine the future. Together, they began the work of documenting and protecting the magical boundaries that kept ancient forces at bay, ensuring that the temptation of dark power would not claim another generation. And sometimes on quiet nights, when the lake's surface is still as glass, students claim they can see lights moving in the depths, a reminder that beneath Hogwarts' familiar walls, ancient powers still slumber, and that eternal vigilance remains the price of peace in the wizarding world. Story 8. The Forbidden Forest held many secrets, but none quite like the one Aurora Hayes stumbled upon during her care of magical creatures' practical exam. The late autumn sun filtered through ancient branches, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor as Aurora followed a trail of peculiar crystalline fragments that sparkled with an inner light. Professor Hagrid's booming voice echoed in the distance, directing other sixth years in their search for bowtruckle colonies. But Aurora's attention was fixed on something else entirely, a pulsing golden glow emanating from beneath a massive oak tree whose trunk was twisted into the shape of an ancient spiral. There, nestled in a bed of amber crystal, lay an egg unlike any she'd ever seen in her magical textbooks. It was the size of a quaffle, its surface a swirling mix of twilight purple and dawn gold, seeming to capture the very essence of time's transition between day and night. Blimey, whispered a familiar voice. Hagrid had appeared behind her, his beetle black eyes wide with wonder. In all me years. That's a Twilight Guardian egg, that is. Thought they'd all gone extinct centuries ago. The egg seemed to pulse in response to their voices, the crystal amber around it growing warm to the touch. As Aurora reached out to examine it more closely, a surge of magical energy coursed through her arm, and suddenly the forest around them seemed to slow down. Leaves hung suspended in mid-fall. Birds froze mid-flight. That moment of temporal distortion was only the beginning. Within hours, word of a discovery had spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Aurora found herself at the center of an increasingly complex web of interests, all seeking to claim the egg for their own purposes. The Ministry of Magic dispatched a team of specialists from the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, led by the mysterious Madame Kronos, who spoke in riddles about temporal resonance and destiny nodes. But Aurora noticed how the woman's eyes gleamed with something that looked less like scientific curiosity and more like hunger when she gazed at the egg. Then there were the Timekeepers, a secretive society that emerged from the shadows, their robes decorated with hourglasses and astronomical symbols. They claimed ancient rights to any artifacts related to temporal magic, citing treaties that predated the founding of Hogwarts itself. But it was the arrival of an unexpected visitor that truly changed everything. As Aurora sat in the school library, researching Twilight Guardians, an elderly witch appeared as if from nowhere, her silver hair floating as though caught in an invisible breeze. "I am Celesta Tempest," she announced, her voice carrying the weight of ages. "And you, Aurora Hayes, have been chosen by fate itself." The witch produced an ancient scroll, its parchment seemingly woven from starlight. "This prophecy speaks of a Hufflepuff child who would find the last Twilight Guardian egg during the convergence of the 7 stars, an astronomical event happening for the first time in 7 centuries. Precisely tomorrow night, the prophecy revealed that Twilight Guardians weren't merely magical creatures. They were living nexus points of temporal energy, capable of maintaining the very fabric of time itself. Their extinction had created dangerous instabilities in the temporal realm, held in check only by powerful magical barriers that were now beginning to fail. As if to confirm these dire warnings, strange temporal anomalies began manifesting throughout Hogwarts. Students reported seeing ghostly figures from different time periods walking the halls. In some corridors, time moved faster or slower than normal. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall began showing scenes from both past and future simultaneously. The egg was key to everything. According to the prophecy, only a twilight guardian, bonded with a worthy witch or wizard, could restore the balance. But if the egg fell into the wrong hands, its power could be used to manipulate time itself, potentially unraveling the very fabric of reality. Aurora found allies in unexpected places. Luna Scamander, visiting Hogwarts to document magical creatures, recognized the significance of the discovery and offered her expertise. Artemis Blackwood, a brilliant but reclusive Ravenclaw student, helped decode ancient texts about temporal magic. Even the castle ghosts seemed more active than usual, sharing centuries-old secrets about the Twilight Guardians' connection to Hogwarts. The convergence of the seven stars arrived amid mounting tension. The egg had been moved to the astronomy tower, where Aurora and her allies prepared for the hatching ritual. But as the stars aligned overhead, multiple forces made their move. Madame Kronos revealed herself as a member of a dark organization seeking to harness temporal magic for power. The Timekeepers split into opposing factions, some supporting Aurora, others attempting to claim the egg by force. Spells flew through the air as the night erupted into magical combat. Amid the chaos, the egg began to pulse with incredible energy. Cracks appeared in its surface, gleaming with golden light. Aurora fought her way through the melee, knowing instinctively that she needed to be near the egg when it hatched. As she reached out to touch the egg, time itself seemed to hold its breath. The fighting around her froze. The egg burst open in an explosion of twilight radiance, revealing a dragon unlike any other, its scales shifting between purple and gold, its wings trailing stardust, its eyes containing swirling galaxies of possibility. The moment Aurora's hand touched the newborn dragon's head, a bond formed that transcended ordinary magic. Knowledge flooded her mind, understanding of time's true nature, the role of the Twilight Guardians, and her own destiny as this magnificent creature's partner in maintaining temporal balance. Together, Aurora and the dragon whom she named Chronix generated a wave of temporal energy that restored proper time flow throughout Hogwarts. Those who had sought to abuse the dragon's power found themselves scattered across different moments in time, their schemes unraveled by the very force they had tried to control. In the aftermath, Aurora was appointed as the first temporal guardian of Hogwarts, a new position created to protect and study temporal magic. Chronix grew rapidly, displaying powers that amazed even the most knowledgeable magical scholars. Together, they began the work of healing the fabric of time, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. Students at Hogwarts soon grew accustomed to the sight of a twilight-colored dragon soaring around the castle towers at dusk and dawn, its presence a reminder that magic still held wonders yet to be discovered. And in the Hufflepuff Common Room, a new tapestry appeared, depicting a young witch and a temporal dragon, guardians of time itself. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but Aurora's story was just beginning. For where time and magic intersect, there are always new adventures waiting to unfold and new wonders to protect. Story 9. Snow fell silently over Hogwarts Castle, each flake catching the light from the enchanted windows like tiny stars descending to Earth. Professor Theodore Grimm stood in his defense against the dark arts classroom, his reflection fractured across the surface of an ornate mirror that definitely hadn't been there the day before. The mirror's frame was twisted silver, decorated with intricate runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Sarah Chen, a seventh-year Gryffindor prefect with a reputation for solving the castle's more unusual mysteries, watched from the doorway as Professor Grimm traced the runes with long, pale fingers. Something about the way he studied his reflection made her skin crawl, as if he were looking at something far beyond the confines of the glass. Fascinating piece, isn't it, Miss Chen? Grimm spoke without turning, a reflection of possibilities, showing us the paths not taken in the mirror's surface. Sarah caught a glimpse of something impossible. The great hall decorated with Voldemort's insignia, a throne of bones where the headmaster's chair should be. The first disappearance occurred 3 days later. A third-year Hufflepuff vanished during Charms class, only to reappear hours later in the hospital wing, babbling about a world where the Dark Lord ruled and Hogwarts taught only the darkest of arts. The girl's wand hand bore a strange mark, a lightning bolt scar, but twisted and black like a curse mark. More students began to vanish and return, each with similar stories and matching marks. Sarah noticed other changes too, portraits showing unfamiliar scenes, staircases leading to corridors that shouldn't exist, and most disturbing of all, Professor Grimm's increasingly frequent conversations with his mirror. The breakthrough came during a late-night prefect patrol. Sarah heard voices from the defense classroom. One was Grimm's, but the other was impossible. Peering through the crack in the door, she saw Professor Grimm speaking with Draco Malfoy, but not the Draco Malfoy she knew from history books. This one was younger, unscarred, wearing robes that bore no dark mark. The convergence is nearly complete, Grimm was saying. Soon the barriers between our worlds will be thin enough to merge them completely, and in doing so, you'll doom both realities, the alternate Draco replied. I've seen what happens when he wins, Grimm. I've lived it. That's why I crossed over to prevent it from happening here too. Sarah's gasp gave her away. Both men turned, but it was the alternate Draco who moved first, pulling her into the room and sealing the door. Another one who knows too much, Grimm sighed, raising his wand. But Draco is faster. Expelliarmus. The wand flew from Grimm's hand as he explained to Sarah, I'm not from your world. In my reality, I never took the dark mark. I chose differently, fought differently, but Voldemort still won. And what followed, he shuddered. The mirror is creating bridges between our realities. Grimm plans to merge them, thinking he can create a perfect world where dark magic reigns supreme. But he doesn't understand the merger will bring the worst of both worlds, including a version of Voldemort more terrible than either reality has ever known. Over the next few weeks, Sarah and the alternate Draco worked to uncover the mirror's secrets. They discovered that each student who disappeared had briefly crossed into the other reality, bringing back small pieces of that darker world with them. The lightning bolt scars were actually fragments of the other world's magic, slowly corrupting this reality's natural laws. Research in the restricted section revealed the mirror's true nature. It was the mirror of divergence, created by a dark wizard attempting to find a reality where his deceased family still lived. The mirror had been lost for centuries, appearing only in times of great magical instability. The situation reached its crisis point during a winter storm that shook the castle's very foundations. Reality itself began to tear, with corridors shifting between worlds mid-step. Students found themselves sharing classes with darker versions of themselves, while ghostly echoes of battles that never happened in this world played out in the halls. Sarah and Draco confronted Grimm in the room of requirement, which had transformed into a vast chamber filled with countless mirrors, each showing a different version of reality. The professor had gone mad with power, his form shifting between multiple versions of himself as he worked to complete the merger. Can't you see? He raved. Every choice, every possibility, all existing at once. We can have everything. But as the realities began to merge, something else came through a shadow with glowing red eyes and power that made the castle tremor. This was the Voldemort of the other world, one who had absorbed the powers and knowledge of multiple realities, becoming something barely human. Sarah realized the only way to stop the merger was to destroy the original mirror of divergence, but such powerful magical artifacts couldn't be broken by normal means. It was Draco who provided the solution. He had brought with him a vial of basilisk venom from his reality, saved from his own world's chamber of secrets. As the shadow of Voldemort emerged fully into their world, Sarah and Draco fought their way through the maze of mirrors. Grim tried to stop them, but found himself trapped between reflections, his form splitting and merging as reality buckled around him. With a perfectly aimed throw, Sarah shattered the original mirror with a vial of basilisk venom. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Every mirror in the room exploded simultaneously, reality snapping back like a rubber band. The alternate Draco began to fade, returning to his own world, but not before sharing a final warning. The choices we make, they're everything. Remember that, in the aftermath, those who had been marked by the other reality retained their scars, but the marks had changed from black to gold, a reminder of how close their world had come to merging with its darker reflection. Grim was found transformed into a mirror himself, his consciousness trapped between realities as punishment for his tampering with forces beyond his control. Sarah became the youngest professor ever appointed to teach defense against the dark arts, her experience with the mirror having given her unique insights into the nature of dark magic and choice. She kept a single shard from the mirror of divergence, not for its power, but as a reminder that our choices shape not just our own reality, but the very fabric of existence itself. And sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, students claim they can see fleeting reflections of other possibilities in the castle's windows, ghosts of what might have been, reminding them that the line between light and dark is as fragile as a mirror's surface, and just as easy to crack. Story 10. The first sign that something was terribly wrong at Hogwarts came on a crisp autumn morning, when nearly headless Nick failed to appear for his 500th Death Day celebration. Sir Nicholas had spent months planning the macabre festivities, and his absence sent ripples of concern through both the living and dead inhabitants of the castle. James Potter, too, now the Transfiguration Professor, stood in his father's old office, running his fingers through perpetually messy black hair as he studied the Marauder's map. The magical parchment, passed down from Harry Potter himself, showed something unprecedented. The ghostly signatures of Hogwarts' spectral residents were slowly fading from its surface, like ink washing away in rain. Most peculiar, muttered the portrait of Albus Dumbledore from its frame. In all my years at Hogwarts, I've never seen the ghosts simply vanish within days. The Grey Lady disappeared from Ravenclaw Tower. The Bloody Baron's haunting chains fell silent in the dungeons. Even Peeves, the seemingly indestructible poltergeist, ceased his mischievous activities. The castle felt eerily empty without its ethereal inhabitants, as if a fundamental part of Hogwarts' magic had been stripped away. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a forgotten portrait of Severus Snape, discovered in a dusty corner of the dungeon storage rooms. Unlike the more familiar portrait in the headmaster's office, this one showed a younger Snape, painted during his early years as potions master. Potter, the portrait sneered, though with less venom than his living counterpart had once shown. Your father may have inadvertently triggered something during the Battle of Hogwarts. The founders didn't create the castle's ghosts by accident. They were meant to be guardians, anchors for an ancient magic buried in the foundations. As James delved deeper into the mystery, he assembled a team of talented students. Arya Blackwood, a Slytherin 7th year with an innate understanding of dark magic. Thomas Longbottom, who had inherited his father Neville's gift for herbology and ancient magical plants. And the Chang Weasley twins, Rose and Mai, whose combined expertise in charms and arithmancy made them formidable magical researchers. Their investigation revealed a stunning truth: the founders had created the ghosts as part of an elaborate magical containment system. Each spirit was bound to a specific part of the castle, their very essence helping to maintain wards that kept an ancient power dormant. The ghosts weren't just echoes of the dead. They were magical keystones, their presence preventing something dangerous from awakening. The timing was critical. As the millennial anniversary of Hogwarts approached, the team discovered ancient runes carved into the castle's deepest foundations, counting down to what appeared to be a moment of magical convergence. The Battle of Hogwarts, with its unprecedented concentration of powerful spells, had disrupted the ghostly wards decades early. Now, with the containment system failing, whatever the founders had imprisoned was stirring. Through careful translation of the runes and guidance from Snape's portrait, they learned of the primordial magic Aura, untamed force that had existed before wizards learned to channel magic through wands. The founders had discovered it sleeping beneath the land where they built Hogwarts, recognizing both its potential and its danger. Rather than destroy it, they created a containment system using willing volunteers who would become the castle's first ghosts, their spectral forms perfect conduits for maintaining the magical barriers. As the millennial anniversary drew closer, the castle began to change. Ancient magic leaked through the weakening wards, causing strange phenomena throughout Hogwarts. Staircases rearranged themselves into impossible configurations. Rooms appeared and disappeared at random. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall showed visions of a time before time, when magic ran wild and free across the earth. The solution, when it came, required a combination of old magic and new understanding. The team realized that the ghostly guardians could be replaced, but it would require living wizards to take their place in the ward network. The ritual would be dangerous. Any mistake could unleash the primordial magic completely or trap the participants between life and death. On the eve of the millennium, as magic surged through the castle's foundations, James and his students positioned themselves at key points throughout Hogwarts. The portrait of Snape directed them in performing an ancient ritual, their wands tracing complex patterns in the air as they channeled their magic into the failing wards. The primordial magic fought back, manifesting as writhing tendrils of pure magical energy that threatened to overwhelm them. But as they completed the ritual, something remarkable happened. The missing ghosts reappeared, joining their magic with the living wizards to reinforce the containment. Nearly headless Nick floated beside James, more solid than any ghost had appeared before. "We were not gone, Professor Potter," he explained, "but drawn into the deepest parts of the castle, gathering our strength for this moment." The founders knew this day would come when the old guardians would need to join with the new. The ritual transformed the nature of Hogwarts' ghostly residents. No longer mere echoes of the dead, they became true guardians, able to shift between spectral and semi-solid forms as needed to maintain the wards. The living volunteers, including James and his students, found themselves similarly changed, not ghosts, but ghostkeepers, with the ability to perceive and interact with the deeper layers of Hogwarts magic. As the castle settled into its new equilibrium, James discovered that his father's actions during the Battle of Hogwarts hadn't weakened the wards as they'd feared. Instead, Harry Potter's sacrifice and subsequent return had created a new kind of magical protection, one that could be integrated into the founders' original design. The disruption they'd experienced was actually the old system preparing to evolve. The millennial anniversary celebration became a celebration of renewal. The Great Hall filled with both living and spectral residents, the boundaries between their worlds more permeable than ever before. The primordial magic, though still contained, became a source of study and wonder, its energy carefully channeled to enhance the castle's existing enchantments. James established a new course at Hogwarts, Spectral Studies, teaching future generations about the true nature of the castle's ghostly guardians and the ancient magic they helped contain. The portrait of Severus Snape, surprisingly, agreed to continue offering his expertise, though his caustic commentary remained unchanged. And sometimes, on particularly magical nights, students would catch glimpses of their professors and the castle ghosts moving through walls and shadows, maintaining the delicate balance between the wild magic of the past and the structured spellcraft of the present, ensuring that Hogwarts would stand as a beacon of magical learning for another 1,000 years to come.